Hey Maggie, how are you? Hi headset. I'm doing good, Maggie. How you doing today, headset? Let me get some music up in this bitch. I almost forgot to switch to my earrings. Alright, Pretzel is updating. That's okay. Streamcord does not seem to recognize that I am live. That is unusual. Okay. Or is it usually this late? Let's see. How's that? Can you hear that just fine? This is a very quiet song. Let me go to another track. Okay, that's almost a little too loud. There, how's that? Is that a good volume or should I turn it down a little bit more? Works for you, Maggie? Great. Perfect. How about you, headset? Pour myself some water. Water. Water's good. Okay, refresh VTuber. Small Bean headset started the sim world witnessing a murder. I know, yeah. Yeah, you mentioned that on Skype right as I was going live. Or at least I received the message right as I was going live. Let's see. Okay, I hope that this camera angle work. Actually, I think I actually need to go up a little ways. Yeah. Okay. Not getting my face in it. Okay. Wasn't even the family, just two Sims walking by each other. Wow. Anyway. Gonna go make dinner? Okay, perfect. This is a good time to do it. Because I'm just setting up and introducing the stream right now. I have lots of little goodies to put to use today. There for now. All right. Just about ready to get started. You found a couple items in it which could be damaged by fabric softener. Yeah, you drop those from the load. We'll do them separately. Later. 50 seconds until I can officially start stream. Okay. That camera position is not going to work because my face tracking can't see me there. Wonder maybe if I adjust the positioning of the laptop screen a little. It's okay. Nothing broke. It was just a metal thing falling. Okay. And good. Now I can adjust the camera up and down. When I replace the chair that just broke, I'll have less trouble with camera angles for these. But for now, I'm just doing the best I can. Maybe another cushion will help my short ass. I'm not even that short. I'm 5'6", which for a girl is pretty tall. But okay. Meet Merida. Headless, or not headless, but hairless, naked Merida. Well, we're not working on her today. We are, but we aren't. Today, We're making an environment for her. A custom doll stand, if you will. I'm going to use this piece of styrofoam from a broken cooler. Some empty aluminum pie plates. The glass in various colors. That'll give it some good weight. Some plastic pearls from the dollar store. Cotton pods, also from the dollar store of all things. When did the dollar store become such a good resource for crafting? I got these, and then once all the seashells are used, I can use bottles for things. And some floral moss. Pretty much everything that I'm using today, except my new non-combustible glue gun by Arteza, and the glue that came with it is from the dollar store. Oh yeah, and the tacky glue obviously not from the dollar store, nor the polymer clays, which I may use later. I don't know if I'm going to use the polymer clay. I will probably use some polymer clay. Polymer clay is useful. The styrofoam obviously can't go in the oven, so I'll only be able to put polymer clay on the aluminum bits. Hey Maggie. Hey Maggie. Okay, in either of the hall closets where we have all those crappy old coat hangers, do we have any wire coat hangers? Because I may want one. I don't have a stand that fits the Merida doll that we're using as a base for this project, right? So I'm gonna have to make the custom stand. That's why I'm building an environment. I have not done a whole lot of environment building before. This is going to be a new experience and endeavor for me. And I'm very interested in seeing what I can come up with the help of you, my weirdlings. The hall closet only had plastic hangers. Okay, that's fine. I think I have some jewelry wire that may be sturdy enough in here somewhere. I'll go find that here in a moment. For the second though, I'm just opening up some of these packages. Look at these cotton pods. Oh, that's awesome. Those will be so nice for making some seaside plants. Floral moss is open. I love the pop of a cork. Such a satisfying noise. Don't drink anymore. Opening these seashells is going to be one of the only ways I get to hear that noise for a while. There are some noises that just, they sound right. And I like, and these are, like, for me it's the small noises, the things that I couldn't hear before I had hearing aids. For other people, it might be other noises. Maybe. I haven't opened this box yet. When did I get this box? I found some art wire. I found two kinds. I found some black and I found some rose gold. And I'll see which one's sturdier. But I found something exciting. I clearly started to open it because the tape was already cut. But then I guess I never actually opened it. This is probably one of the last Sophie and Poppy boxes that I got when I was subscribed to them. And it looks like it was the Halloween box. So I wonder if there'll be anything that I can use in here. I'm just going to turn Pretzel down a little bit more. Because it's just a tad loud. There, 30% sounds good to my ears. So yeah, let's see if there's anything that we can use in here too. Looks like mostly like mushrooms and candies and Halloween type things. Halloween. Yeah, this was last year's Halloween box. Had to be. I should make something with this. Like, not today, obviously, but... Is that glow glitter? I think that's glow glitter. I might be able to use that. Halloweeny confetti. Shaker oil. Random things. I might be able to use that. Okay. Some resin. I might be able to use some of that. Okay. There are a few things that might be useful for this project in that box. I, as a one-off, bought the April box as well, but it hasn't arrived yet. I bought this year's April box because it was glow-in-the-dark fantasy themed. And y'all know how I am with glow-in-the-dark and light up stuff and things that have cool gimmicks like that. It's a problem. Some people are addicted to substances. I am addicted to things that glow. Just see. Since it was the Halloween box, this might actually flicker like a candle. If it does, it's orange. But if it does flicker like a candle, that would be kind of cool. I'm just going to take the protector off of the battery here. And let's see. Does it flicker or is it a steady orange? Oh, I think it's a steady orange. It's submersible though. Do I feel like building a water feature? No, no. I won't finish this at all for the next 6 months if I make it a water feature. So I'll put the protector back in that battery and I'll save this little LED for another project. If you're addicted to things that glow, I'll be sure not to get you anything radium laden. I would Marie Curie myself. You know I would. And the worst part is, unlike her, I would know what I was doing. I wouldn't care. Despite the fact that I'm joking about it, aplastic anemia is not funny. So, continuing then. Alright, I've got the forks for the little bottles of seashells. I love sea glass. Now this sea glass is not super polished. It's dollar store sea glass. It's not gonna be. But that's fine that it's not super polished. Because it's gonna be used for building the environment. It's not like going into jewelry or something. Plus, I don't think that my neighbors would appreciate it if I was like running a rock tumbler 24/7. Can't wait to get back into our own space station. So there's the sea glass. What am I actually gonna do? I need to sort of think about what shape would look best here. And am I going to use these pie tins at all after all? I think I may have to give the stand enough height, like, for the doll to be able to rest comfortably. It's a very tall doll. Like, I'm having trouble actually getting her in frame. What if, like, I had some sort of pool of water, like a tidal rock pool that she was dipping her feet in. And I could use like epoxy resin to actually make the pool and make it look like it was water. Alright, but am I smart or am I smart? So now I just have to figure out how precisely do that to get it some height. I may not need to use very much clay at all if I go with this concept. This is a good concept because clay is expensive. Okay. Okay. I have a plan. I have a concept. Is the concept going to stay? I don't know. I don't want my follower goal there. It takes away too much. Real estate on the screen. Okay. So, with that planned out, then I just need to, like, figure out how tall I need to make the rock formation that she's sitting on. Actually, that is the perfect height. I love it when things work out right. Okay, put the doll over there. And what we need to do bring out a marker. And I'm going to trace around my pie pan just so that I know approximately where to cut so that I know I have enough room. And I'm going to take my Excel blade. Unfortunately, the blue one is no more, but luckily I found the purple one. And I'm going to cut a vague organic shape from the broken cooler lid. If I could find my styrofoam cutting kit, would be better, but my styrofoam cutting kit has been missing for a while now. Right, where did I set my glue gun? There's where I set my glue gun. Plug this guy in. Load up and glue. Am I a little afraid of glue guns after my last one literally exploded in my hand? Just a bit. Am I justified in being a little afraid of glue guns after that experience? Just a bit. It's going to take it a bit to heat up, I suspect. That's okay. While that's heating up, I'm going to continue sort of planning things. Like this does not look like a natural piece of rock formation. It just doesn't. So I'm going to continue cutting bits of bone and breaking bits of bone. I just want to be able to make some somewhat rocky and driftwoody and as organic as possible when you're working with literal trash shapes. But hey, it's keeping the styrofoam out of the landfill, so, and saving me money on this project. Hot enough to spray it. That was certainly a line. Anyway. Didn't even get hot yet? Okay, yeah, it's slowly getting hot. I could be waiting for a bit. I seem to remember at one point I had a bunch of like black and white river rocks. They would be good for this project if I could remember where they were. That came from. Yay. Put me in this. This is Mystic's hat. What the hell do I have Mystic's hat? Well, the river wrecks weren't there. Oh, that's where the manual for the bassinet went. Anyway, recycling and money saving win-win. Exactly, Maggie. Okay. Up yet? Yeah, good enough. Styrofoam, because that's a little toasty. That down. nice and tight. Now that's not going anywhere. I actually bought some finger protectors for working with hot glue guns. Let's see if I can remember where I put them. I think that would help with this little anxiety feeling that I'm having. Use those. Not what I was looking for, but I can use them. Not sticking in there. Okay. This one. Oops. Yeah, there they are. Things are weird right now. Normally I'm more organized than this. Okay, this is what I was looking for. These are what I found, these foil flakes. I can use those later when I make the water feature. Anyways. Hopefully, these silicone finger protectors will help keep my hands safe from glue gun accidents. Okay. Small is too small for my fat sausage fingers. Are me surprised that my giant hands can't use the small finger protectors. That's okay. That's why there's multiple of each size in the set. Finger protectors. Okay. Continuing on with where I left off. I'm gonna sit the doll on the stand one more time. The little water pool is gonna be down here. A bit more. Yeah, that looks a bit more comfortable. So that's where she's gonna sit. I am going to connect the water pool and okay. I moved it. That's fine. Measure that again. Come on, cool, damn it. Leave this blue to harden so that I can move on to the next step. Take its damn time, I see. Well, since it's glued, I can move the doll out of the way at least. Just gonna wait for that to harden. I think a small bit of time. And that's why we have the finger protectors. I still feel a little heat, but I'm not going to actually get burned. And I can just roll the glue. Oh. Does the doll still fit? Practically perfectly. Stick that there. Let me see. There. Just that much will do. There. Whoops. I dropped a piece of styrofoam. There it is. Got it. Just trying to get the most convincing, like, rocky formation shape that I can right now. I can always go and get more broken styrofoam too. It's not going to be perfect because it's styrofoam. It's not a natural material. But I think a little patience. And enough embellishment later on. I think I can make it work. Little last frame. So for anyone wondering, I actually have a movable stand for my art cam now. It's unfortunately made placing my lights a little bit more difficult though, so that's why some of the color balance may be a little off at the moment. I really am doing my best. I will get a better lighting setup eventually. Another thing that's going to be tricky here is going to be kind of covering up the parts in the back where I use the pie tin to help balance it. Because I don't want to add any more height now. I've got the height where I want it to be. Unless like I find something that I can use as a sturdy wooden base or rock base later, I want to keep the bottom of this as flat as possible for now. But I also want to like cover up the gaps. In the environment. Focus, sorry. My best, my hands are over here at the minute. This is a big base. I don't know where I'm going to put this doll when I'm done with it. This is probably one of my most ambitious projects yet. It is a massive stand. But this was a community voted doll, so, and it is a huge doll. So I really want to give it what it deserves. You weirdlings did this to me. I don't mind. I like ambitious projects. I mean, technically, y'all only decided it was going to be a siren. I'm the one that picked the doll. I'm the one that decided to make a whole environment instead of a simple stand. It's as much my fault as it is all of yours. It's taking so long for this hot glue to cool. It must be warm in the office tonight. Oh, that's the perfect place for that. Yeah. I wouldn't have planned that if I tried. Oops. That's okay. It's still perfect. I mean, I broke it on purpose. I wanted to change the angle it was sitting at. Actually, it does look better at that angle anyway, doesn't it? Blue stick, come back. Hey, come back doesn't mean keep rolling away. I'm gonna drip some hot glue in to fill the gap. A little bit. Some hot glue in there. More, which is a big piece that I can actually break into a few smaller pieces. Someday I want to sell my dolls. I have had people asking me, like, do I sell my dolls? The answer is no, not at the moment. I'm not confident enough in my skills yet to believe that they are in any way marketable. But someday I do want to be in a position where I can sell my work. Now, obviously, because of shipping constraints, large-scale projects like the Siren Doll would not be amongst candidates for sale. But I will keep everybody posted, because someday there may be dolls for sale. Got the rest of that broken lid. I need some more. You know, it makes sense, actually, that I'm making an ocean-themed doll out of, and I'm using all this trash to make the base, because making an ocean-themed doll out of trash is literally keeping that trash out of the ocean. But I'm building the ocean with it. Does that amuse anybody else? And trying to avoid polluting the ocean, you're making an ocean out of trash? Exactly! I have to make up for all that glitter somehow, right? I do try to use biodegradable glitter when I can. In seriousness. I am not a total asshole with the crafter bead. I do try to avoid spreading it. Woo! I made a mess. I got the pieces I dropped. Now, we can continue. Creating my trash island. just gonna dump all the clear glue sticks out of this bag. Because I may end up using every single one. Come on. It's glue in there. Okay. This is both my most ambitious project and my most trashy project ever. Even trashier than Sims 4, Big Brother? I said what I said. Definitely liking the base. Just imagine what it'll look like when it's done and no longer looks like a literal trash heap. I mean, it will still be a literal trash heap, but nobody else needs to know that. Is it weird that I kind of want this doll to be a gift for our first kitten? Like, obviously it's not something they'd be able to play with like a toy. Piece of art, but like, it can be a piece of decoration that they grow up with in their room. Like, hey, kiddo, I made this on stream. This was the very first Weirdling requested doll, in a way. First Weirdling voted doll. It's a part of Mama's history. If it comes out right, if it comes out the way that I'm imagining in my mind, it'd be perfect. My first weirdly loaded doll for my first kitten. I'm making a mess of it right now, but it'll be really nice when it's done. Get all these glue sticks out of there. I have a little bit more room. That wasn't cannabis. What are you talking about? Just proved myself a liar. Mm. When you're trying to hide it and then it hits so hard it makes you cough. I mean, I think by this point everybody knows that I use nip anyway. That's one of the reasons why this stream is marked mature audiences. So that I can be a little bit nipped, but not totally nipped. And not actually get in trouble if Karen decides to blame me for the fact that she don't raise her own kids and lets the intertubes do it for her. I'm absolutely on board. Yeah, kids don't need to see their favorite streamers using substances if the parents don't approve of or want to have the conversations regarding those substances. But also, like, you made it, you parented. Yeah, sure, Maggie, that's fine. Just let me kind of finish up the base here, because I think I'm getting close to a point where I can consider the foundational work mostly complete. Just a matter of like making the pool and the sort of seat area look a little bit more natural and rocky now. I actually did break it on purpose because I wasn't happy with the angle. How far are we? You just finished making dinner? This is what the base that I'm building looks like so far. I'm using bits of a broken styrofoam cooler to kind of make a rock formation, and I've got this mini pie tin that I'm gonna use to make a like rock pool out of resin that she can sort of like dip her feet into. What do you think? I'm blocking out the main shapes right now, and then I'm gonna use like actual rocks stuff to make it look more natural. You love the tin being the foot basin? I'm not entirely sure where I got that idea. It just came to me while I was like, what am I gonna do here? Oh, this tin would make a good little tide pool for her to dip her feet into while she sits on the beach and sings her song. Because she is a siren, let's not forget. Sits on the rocky beaches of her island and sings to herself. Your made honey garlic shrimp a long time ago. It's good, isn't it? I don't know precisely what recipe you used, but I made it a few times with a few different recipes. You probably sent me the recipe that you used. But yeah. I have to keep remembering not to put naked fingers in the hot glue. I keep almost getting my ring finger in it, and that's what hurt. I'm dripping hot glue in some of the gaps where I don't really want to put a big piece of foam too, just to kind of protect. And fill in those gaps so that I don't have to use as much of my other supplies later. The point of the styrofoam and hot glue and pie tin is to recycle as much material as possible and keep the production costs of this doll reasonable. Because believe it or not, doll making is really heckin' expensive. But it's worth the cost, in my opinion. This is a hobby that I wish I had picked up a long time ago. I think you did send me the link on Skype headset a couple of weeks back when you were thinking about making it and then didn't get to. I'm like 90% sure you sent it to me then. This piece is right in there. Oh, that's perfect. That's a perfect fit. Using so much hot glue, I might as well be 5-minute crafts right now, but you know what? Who cares? I'm actually making something useful and pretty. I promise it will be pretty when it's done. Not going to add more glue here, really. Just gonna heat up the glue that's already there enough that this will stick. And then I can just fill in this. I am using ridiculous amounts of hot glue. Y'all want to sponsor the stream? I hope you own a hot glue company. Alright, see you soon, headset. Now I just kind of want to, like, make the inside of the pool look a little bit more natural and rocky. Meow. Hey, no shot of glue there. And once the resin's in there, it should look okay. Styrofoam. It's okay. Remove a fair chunk of this. And then if some of it breaks, that'll just make it look more organic. Okay, got a little bit of glue on her toe, that's fine. The aim here is not perfection. The aim here is as natural looking as possible. Nothing in nature is perfect. Perfection does not exist. Therefore, perfection is not a requirement. Welcome back. You didn't miss much except a very, very inspiring yet short speech about how perfection cannot be a requirement because perfection does not exist. Sometimes it's good to remind ourselves of these things. Am I right, Maggie? It is really coming together now. Actually starting to look like how I pictured it. It's beginning to look like a rock formation instead of a pile of aluminum and cardboard that was destined for the recycling. Aluminum, cardboard, aluminum, and styrofoam that was destined for the recycling before. I want the doll to still be able to sit on the rock. Maybe that's perfect, actually. Put pieces there. Arms. Both sitting around. Yeah. Looks like the doll is sitting pretty. Oh yeah, she sits perfectly on her little base now. Little in quotation marks. This base is huge. But it's perfect for her. Hold that in place for a minute. Actually, I'm really pleased with how this environment's coming out. I've never built an environment on this scale before. I think I mentioned that before. To raise the camera a little bit more so that everybody can see what I'm doing. It's not my first time building an environment, period. I do have a little fairy house that I'm in the middle of building as well. But this is the first environment that is this big that I'm building. This is truly gigantic. For a minute. One in there. Oops. Planes flying overhead, interrupting the stream? What do you mean? Did you get a weird ad or something, Madge? Wait, that looks good. You thought you heard the sound of a plane flying overhead? It might have been in the music. I didn't notice. I'm a little hyper-focused. I tend to miss audio cues when I'm focusing on other things, Madge. I'm sorry. But yeah, if you said you heard a plane, you probably did. It was probably part of the song and I just missed it. joys of being both deaf and autistic, right? Don't have to worry about auditory bullshit knocking me out of my hyperfocus. The foam parts of the base are almost done. I just want to like add a little bit more detail in a few places. Make it more obvious that it's supposed to be rocks. How creative this is. You start with broken piece of cooler lid and it turns into rocky shoreside or ocean. I know. I wish I knew where these ideas come from. Sometimes they just happen. Gotta be in the exact right mental place for it. But hey, maybe this means my mental health is on an upswing now. Finally! It would be nice to not be depressed one day this month. Now that's as close to perfect as any mortal being can get. It still looks like a pile of garbage right now. And it is. But I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break. And while I'm on that break, I'm going to paint this with some leftover black spray paint. And do a couple of other things that I need to take care of on my break. And when I come back, I will continue work. See you soon. Nope, I am not taking that mask off yet. Ooh, that stinks. Whew. Y'all, this styrofoam slurped up the paint like nothing else. It took like 6 coats and there's still blood spots. I'm gonna have to do the rest with acrylic. I want to get this mask off. That's a bit better. The window's all the way open. Apparently I hadn't quite got it all the way open before. Think it'll need another coat? No. No. I'm going to do the rest of it when I go through with acrylics later. Just for now. I'm gonna wipe off my glasses. And drink some water. But, like Maggie said, it's looking a lot more like it should now. I'm just gonna go grab some acrylics. Maggie, can you bring me one of my paint jars? 2/3 of the way full of warm water, please. Also, are my paints in the living room for some reason? I have the iridescent paint here, but I cannot seem to find the regular acrylic colors. I said, are my acrylic paints in the living room for some reason? I can find the iridescent ones, but I can't seem to find the regular ones. Thank you. Set brush. What's that brush? Hey, Maggie. Grab myself a baby wipe. Try to wipe some of that spray paint off my hands. It's a little irritating to the skin. Best I can do, that's okay. I will wash properly after stream, of course. Let's see. Some Mars Black. And something oceany, not azure blue. Steel blue. I guess I'll use Carnation, Midnight Blue, and azure blue to help with that. Couldn't find them in the living room as possible. They're in the stock box. It's possible, but it's not likely. They were in like an Amazon box because the original tray had broken. And I don't think that that would have fit in the stock box. So they weren't in their original box. You were looking for an Amazon box. Okay, you can come in and check the stock box if you like while I get started. It's really weird. Maybe I can't find them. I think they're over there. Strange. Talk about this match. And you see the spray paint in the bottom of the Tide frame might still be wet. Yeah, that's definitely still wet. Okay.
What's wrong?
Like, I know that the varnishes are in the living room.
Okay.
They were in the same box that my mask was in. So I don't see why the acrylic paints wouldn't have been at the same time for whatever reason those were moved.
Okay, I'll go back and look.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna use this Mars Black Iridescent paint in a couple of spots too. That may be all I need. Ow. I just bashed my hand on the desk. I'm so super smart. Oh, now StreamCord tells everybody I'm live. Okay.
Here we go. Acrylic
You
paint.
found them.
I took the varnish. They were under the varnishes. Under 2 varnishes. Should I bring those varnishes? Or
Yeah, go ahead and bring the varnishes too because they may be useful.
Okay, I'll bring 2 that I found.
Great. I've got so black. And I've got glow in the dark.
That's what I found.
On the edge of the desk here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Ready to rock. Or rather, paint rock. Gray. Little black for touch-ups. Little white. Couple of shades of green. Why don't I have any brown? I'll just have to make do without any brown. It's alright. I've got a couple of different greens that'll look nice. number 1. Palette number 2 is going to have some glow-in-the-dark paint. Okay, a lot of glow-in-the-dark paint, but is anybody surprised? Some Mars Black. Midnight Blue, which needs to be opened. Glow-in-the-dark moss painted onto the rocks. You fucking know it, headset. Alright. There's some midnight blue. I don't need much of that. Let's see. And I didn't need the knife to open the azure blue, which is good. Don't need much of that one either. But why won't it come out? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's disappointing. Is any of this bottle usable? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's disgusting. You see that? Paint is not supposed to look like that right out the bottle. Oh, that's disappointing. I wonder if I can still thin that out and kind of use it. That was a nice color too. Well, I guess I'll just have to hope that the azure blue is nice enough. Let me just shove the microphone cable out of the way there. Black to touch up a few of the slight bald spots in the spray paint job. The spray paint is mostly dry now. Add some water directly to this to thin it down. I want it to drip inside all the crevices, which doesn't sound dirty at all. Most of the bald spots were on this side. One there. And now... Okay, I'm gonna move some of that gray over here into the old black. And kind of nice wet wash of paint over the whole thing. I'm gonna need a bucket and a mop for this wet ass paint. The wonderful thing is that I can say things like that and people don't clip it. Tired from today. Yeah, I'm not surprised. If you want to bow out for a bit, feel free. Waiting for coffee. Fair enough, headset. See, magic comes through again, proving me a liar when I say nobody clips me. Lucky you found the clip was still achievable in the last minute and a half couple of time frame. Fair enough. Should perk up once you get coffee in your system. Hey, Maggie, what do you think about making some coffee for us too? For you and me? Hey, coffee! I'm gonna take some of the white paint. Lots of water. Need much of the white paint. Just gonna tappy on some of the high points. Some more water. Dilute that a little bit more. Tappy. Tap, 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 tap. I'm really aiming for more of a very, very dilute gray than a white with the white paint. Trying to just bring some more dimension and light to the terrain. I should do more large environments like this. This is fun. Actually, despite not really playing Warhammer, a lot of these techniques that I'm using to build this environment comes from people that I know who play Warhammer or otherwise have occasion to make large environments. So I do owe a lot to like the Warhammer community on a lot of the techniques that I'm using specifically for this doll. This big environment that I'm making. Okay, thank you, Madge. Basically, done with the white. Also had coffee saved from yesterday, so you're having that too. Perfect. Wonderful. Sounds great, Madge. Okay. So that's what it looks like right now. Just gonna give it a few minutes. I am probably going to mix some of these greens with like the remainder of the white and gray to get a more chilled out, diluted feel going. Lots of water because I really want the green to go on thin. real good and wet, and then just barely take some paint out into the neighboring well, get some more water. Dude, this song almost sounds like it could be from Sailor Moon. It's not. But specifically from the Japanese soundtrack. Like, I literally just heard the first few bars and I was like, it could be from Sailor Moon. I look up and I see the title and I'm like, oh, that makes me sound really racist. Okay. But it does sound like it was lifted from the fucking Sailor Moon soundtrack. So, I'm not trying to be. Specifically, it reminds me of like the sad background music that would always play whenever like Usagi and Mamoru were breaking up for the millionth time. Because, woo, toxic relationships. That's a goal we should aspire to. By the way, I was being sarcastic. Please don't aspire to have a toxic relationship. Whether that's Usagi and Mamoru, or it's fucking Joker and Harley Quinn. Nah. Y'all can do better than that. Where's my Morticia and Gomez fans at? They respected each other. They were dark and creepy and weird. But that's a healthy-ass relationship that they had. And the song goes, fighting evil by moonlight. Ever wondered if there are people who wake up in their apartments and yell at Sailor Moon and the villain she's fighting to knock it the fuck off because they have work in the morning? Oh, I totally would. But also, she's literally in middle school, so moonlight is probably like 8 p.m. The base reminds you of the breakwaters you saw during your trip? I'm not surprised. I'm going for a small rocky island feel. Because if you actually read, like, the Odyssey, which, good lord, no, I have not read the whole thing. I have read excerpts. But if you actually read the Odyssey, and other stories that, like, originally involved the Greek sirens specifically, I'm not talking about Celtic sirens, which were mermaids. Although I suppose this doll could be a combination of the two. But anyway, referring specifically to Greek sirens, they actually weren't mermaids. They were Persephone's sort of ladies-in-waiting, playmates, companions. Because you were rich enough, you could fucking pay somebody to be your friend. And they were, and when Persephone was taken to Hades and they couldn't find her, they cried out for help, and they were given wings and turned into like half woman, half bird creatures similar to harpies, but not specifically, because these were specifically ocean birds. And they lived on these rocky islands off the coast of Greece. And their song that lures the sailors in is not meant to be like a sexual thing, because it's actually their song of mourning for having been unable to find and rescue Persephone. Which would be the more preferred encounter, harpies or mermaids? Well, that depends if we're actually talking about harpies or if we're talking about sirens, which are often confused for harpies in modern day because nobody fucking reads their classics anymore. Myself included. I fully admit I have not read the whole thing. Ain't nobody got time for that. But at least an attempt was made. Fun fact, the Odyssey is not referred to as an epic because it's amazing. It is a pretty good work of, it is a pretty good literary work, I'm not gonna lie. But it's not called an epic because it's amazing. It's called an epic because it's like that thick in small print. I'll be 90 before I'm halfway through and I read quickly. It's called an epic because this man didn't sleep for like 50 years while he was writing it. That's the only way I can think of it. Didn't mean sirens, mean said harpies? Oh, well, definitely I'd rather encounter a mermaid than a harpy. Hey, Mystic! Yeah, Big Wheel Burger's pretty good, ain't it? You missed my rant about the difference between Celtic sirens and Greek sirens. I think you would have appreciated it. Add the Nanaimo bar shake? Oh, that sounds so good. Is that a gray I hear? I think that's a gray I hear. How are you doing tonight? You also missed a rant that I think you would have appreciated about how a lot of the techniques that I'm using to build my environment. I can't find my hot wire foam cutter. I had to break all this foam by hand. But yeah, I'm building an environment out of trash for my Siren Doll. It's made of mini pie tins and a broken styrofoam cooler lid. And I was just saying a little while ago that, like, a lot of the techniques I'm using, despite not being a huge Warcraft player myself, okay, having never played Warcraft, I actually learned from friends who do play. So there's a lot of cross-collaboration between the various crafting communities, and it is nice that there are techniques that we can all share. Warhammer, goddammit, did I say Warcraft again? Motherfucker. I knew what I was thinking, but my mouth could not keep up with my brain. There's drama in the furry world? When is there not, Mystic? When is there not? Who's in trouble this time? The confusion, which I know it will. I know it will. And I don't do it on purpose. My brain just starts running 10 miles a minute. And well, they can try to cancel me. I'm not big enough to cancel. In seriousness though, yeah, it's not an intentional screw up. I did not do it on purpose. I am not trying to offend anybody. Least of all a bunch of nerds. Being one myself, I know how fucking militant we can get. But yeah. I mean, I'm already gonna have the rest of the Sailor Moon fandom coming after me for some shit that I said about Sailor Moon earlier. About how her fucking relationship with Tuxedo Mask was the most toxic thing on TV in the 90s. Well, you didn't know at the time, Mystic, that this person was a bad person. And I'm gonna tell you the same thing that I recently said to a younger VTuber who was not sure what to do because she'd spent thousands of dollars on getting a professional model done, and then the modeler and the rigger turned out to be awful people. You didn't know at the time, and you didn't know at the time. And you can't be held accountable for something that you didn't know about the person whose faces you used for your update for Mystic. And especially in the case of paid content, and in a community where things are often very overpriced for paid content, which both the VTuber community and the furry community are like this, you can't be expected to go and drop another however much money you used to, you know, completely replace everything at the drop of a hat just because somebody turned out to be toxic. Like, be clear, be honest with everybody. Yes, I found out this person was toxic after I bought their base to use. And I am saving money to buy a new base because I don't want to support what this person has done or been accused of. Like, you gotta work with the art of the possible. Just want one without her name on it? That's fair. But just don't feel like you have to do it right away because, you know, this stuff does cost money. And because there are so few people who do it and do it well, it costs a lot of money. Unfortunately, that also means that the community takes a bigger hit when somebody turns out to be trash. You should just shut up and not double down. I know. But just know that you cannot be held responsible for somebody else's actions. And you didn't know at the time that you bought the base for your use. So, for now, as long as you are open about doing something about it. Damn ads. You didn't know I used something. Yeah. Come on. Sorry about that. I will highlight that for you later. Let me place a marker in the stream so that I'll just make a clip to remind myself. Note to Mallow to highlight my discussion for later. But basically the point was that you can't be held responsible for something that somebody else did that you didn't know about at the time that you purchased their artistic content. And in my opinion, as long as you are open about, yes, I know this person did something terrible and I do not support it, but I also can't afford a different base right now, I'm working on getting the funds, I think that's more than enough to, you know, take care of the situation. But yeah, in the case of the VTuber that I was talking to, the artist and the rigger that they had used to get their model turned out to have potentially had illicit contact with minors. So it was very important in that case that the VTuber eventually get a new model. But also, it's like, art of the possible. You didn't know at the time, as long as you make it clear that you were not supporting that kind of behavior, and you're getting new work done as soon as possible. That's the most anybody can ask of you. Similar to a band you listen to? Yeah. Some people ask a lot more. Well, they can ask it, but if it's not possible to provide that, then they can suck a dick and choke on it. Bass player got wrapped up in some questionable content involving minors. Yeah. It's unfortunately really, really common in small niche community. No longer plays with them as a result, and to be honest, their music is better than you guy anyway. Win-win for everybody then, in that case. They got rid of the awful person, and their music got better. But yeah, it is unfortunately really common in the VTubing community right now. There are a lot of really gross people that are taking advantage of the fact that there aren't a lot of professional modelers and riggers out there who can make what VTubers need. That's why I'm learning how to do it myself. I don't want to have to pay somebody only to then find out that I'm mixed up in the next scandal. That's true. That's the other reason why I always suggest treading with caution when the allegations are unproven. In the case of this younger VTuber I was talking to, the allegations were proven. Like, there were screenshots and the person admitted it and doubled down that they did nothing wrong, and that it is perfectly normal and legitimate for a 24-year-old to be making advances to a 14-year-old, which, newsflash, no, it's fucking not totally legitimate in any circumstances for a 24-year-old to have any contact with a 14-year-old that they are not fucking related to or babysitting. Or, you know, if you're hired to perform at their birthday party or something, if you're like an entertainer. But if you're not related to that child, you'd better not have anything beyond professional contact with that child. And I'm fucking sorry, but 14 is still a child. You've had kids pester you on DA over your Warriors content? Yeah. But as long as you keep that contact professional, like, there's nothing wrong with that. But when it crosses the line, when you have adults who are suggesting things that should only be done between adults, is please go away, professional. Or when they don't go away, piss off. Well, that depends on why they're contacting you. Because if they're contacting you in regards to a piece of content that you posted, I think it's okay to discuss specifically the content that they're a fan of with them. But if they're suggesting things that could get you in a lot of trouble if you entertained that conversation, that's entirely different. If they keep asking questions and being annoying, then at that case you can just say, okay, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I really am not able to answer this many questions. I am an adult. I have adult things that need to be done, like taking care of my house and my job, whether you have one or not. And move on. All right. With Neff taking a tumble and some big studios also falling down, there's a dirt. Yeah, I'm not surprised. What an ass load of this glow in the dark all over. Some of the iridescent paint that I have here, and get lots of that on the bottom of the pond bucket. I'll just do that. That looks fine. In fact, I can even put a little bit of this new blue-gray paint that I have around places. That might add some interest. Alright. Painting accomplished. It's an issue in some of the 18 plus Twitter pages too, even though they're marked clearly as 18 plus and state minors will be blocked, there are still minors visiting the pages. Yeah, it's a known problem in all communities. It's an unfortunate reality of the internet, and you're right, Mystic, it's a parent problem. You had to ban a minor from the Tar Heel by Dark channel at one point due to some questionable comments regarding Marquez. Really? It's how you deal with it that makes you a professional. Exactly. It is a parent problem, but the parents want to make it the problem of the accounts the kids visit. That's true too, unfortunately. That is very true as well. Alright. Monday evening, is that one of your work days, Greg? I've got a couple pieces here that are a little loose. That's a little loose. I have to limit. Monday is a work night. No, there's not going to be any paint getting into the coffee at this stage. I'm actually done with the paint, and I'm about to... So if you bring coffee, I'll actually have you take the jar and the 2 brushes that I was using and deposit them in the hallway bathroom for me so I can clean them properly later. And I would love coffee. I would love coffee almost as much as I love you right now. Viewing this content assumes the viewer is of legal age to consent. Any misrepresentation of the fact will be met with legal action. That's a good disclaimer. My general disclaimer, if I'm going to be putting... Oh, darn it. My general disclaimer, if I'm going to be putting any questionable or adult content anywhere, is this content is not intended for viewers under the age of X age. If you are a minor viewing this content, you confirm that you have parental permission and supervision, and the streamer is not responsible for anything you may be exposed to. It's a very clear and concise way of wording a very common and necessary message. Tell that to the family that tried to sue a preschool because an eagle killed a duck in front of them in the park. You put warnings on your fixins. Well, that's on them for not reading the warning. If you put the warning there, and a kid still gets hold of that content and complains, then sorry, but you fucking skipped over the warning.
Is it okay if I open the coffee creamer?
Hmm?
Is it okay if I open the new coffee creamer?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
The coffee creamer's there to be used.
Okay.
You don't have to beg me for permission to use the groceries I buy, love.
Okay.
I'm your wife, not your mama.
Yeah.
Bye. Love you. If you recall, there was a disclaimer on the player agreement for Tar Heel that all potential players had to meet with the STs before we allowed them in. Yes! Not that there's anything wrong with someone who wants a mommy. Yeah, well, I'm supposed to be the sub in this relationship. Why am I being begged permission? I'm supposed to be the one doing the begging. I will murder anybody who clips that. Not really. That was one for us to judge their ability to roleplay and two, confirm age of consent. Exactly, Gray. Try being a brat in a relationship. I am a brat. And this jackass thinks that me clapping back somehow means that I'm any less submissive in the right circumstances. No! If I'm clapping back, it's because I want to be punished for it. Kaivel is a brat too, though. Sometimes I wish Maggie would brat right back. It might be entertaining. Anyway. Go try it at a later point if you can figure out how to do it right. Here's the problem. The moment I show any attitude, you're just like, what do I do? Fucking dominate me? That's what you do. This is not the Mallow's Fetish Power Hour. Could you place a clip in the Discord? If you've got a clip to put in the Discord, sure. Is there a Mallow out of context board specifically for clips yet? I think I made one. Let me check. There he is. It's under text channels. You're ready to be murdered. Future After Dark stream? I might do an After Dark stream. You clipped it, didn't you, Headset? Not the power hour. It would take more. It would take more than an hour. It would. Alright, let's see what you got for me. That there's anything wrong with someone who wants mommy? Yeah, well, I'm supposed to be the sub in this relationship. Why am I being begged permission? I'm supposed to be the one doing the begging. I will murder anybody who says that. If you talk about fetishes and the like, at least in a semi-educational... You know what I would love? Just while I'm waiting for the paint to dry just a little bit. I'm actually going to plug in my glue gun because my next step involves the glue gun again. Actually, I would love one day to be big enough on Twitch to actually do a collab with Amp and Christopher from What's the Safe Word. I mean, Maggie once challenged me that if I ever did do a collab with them, to try to out-sass Amp. And if you would like to see a kitty try to out-sass a puppy, I am willing to do it. They're the most wholesome kinky bastards on YouTube. They are! They are. Definitely not for under 18, though. Which is unfortunate that I have to say that, because there's a lot of good educational content that they do that is really important for the LGBT community and the kink community and people who have sex as a whole. And also they're hilarious and I love them. So y'all gotta get me to Twitch partner so that I might have a big enough audience to actually be able to collab with them. Because... Actually, I wonder if I should put the moss down first. In which case, I actually need the tacky glue, not the glue gun. Have they done an episode on breading yet? I don't know if they have. I know they did an episode on pet play, and I know they did an episode on... They did an episode on, what's the term I'm looking for? They did a DDLG episode, yeah. They've done a lot of really interesting episodes lately. I don't know if they've specifically done a bratting episode yet. But it is totally the sort of thing that they would cover. You try negotiating with a 3-year-old. Yeah, well. It's true, though. I have this terrain moss that I bought from the dollar store. And I think I'm gonna use this floral moss. I'm gonna like make this tufts. Maybe the hot glue would be better for this because this is gonna take a while. But I feel like the tacky glue might have a cleaner finish than the hot glue, which is also kind of important here. And like, but also I have silver hot glue, which might be fun. Add a little sparkle into the rocks. Hot glue is definitely faster. I'll see what actually looks better. Where are my little finger things? Let me add a second now. It looks like it's about the same either way, so that's fine. And yes, indeed, as you can see, I have a new glue gun to replace the one that exploded on me a while back. Yes, literally exploded everywhere. Second and third degree burns on my fingers. I'm going to try a little bit of silver glue too here in a little bit. So the environment and terrain on this doll stand. Maybe the only thing I get done tonight. But I'm not going to be upset if that's the case. Because this is a hecking awesome doll stand. Welcome back, headset. There's my first piece of sea glass down, too. Stick some moss around it just to hide the hot glue streak. All right, there's some of the silver coming out now. Some subtle sparkle going in there. I'm super happy with how the sea glass is looking too. And that was a really good idea. Incorporate some of that. The sea glass is alluring and makes the stand more real looking. I mean, the moss is helping with that too. I think perhaps I should be using the tacky glue instead for the moss though. It's just a little bit more like controllable. Also a little bit more liquid and penetrates all of the moss better. Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch to the tacky glue for the moss. And then I'll go back to the glue gun later. I also have more working time with the tacky glue, and it's a little bit more forgiving in that way. The very last thing that I do tonight will be mixing the resin for the little pool. I went and found that wire earlier, but since I'm able to have the doll sitting upright, I'm not going to need the wire, which is helpful because I was not looking forward to doing wire work today, especially on a doll that I'm not going to have time to do body mods on at the moment because the stand is taking up so much time. And again, that's not a bad thing that the stand is taking up so much time. best things in life require patience. Okay, see you soon, Madge. Unless you're escaping a serial killer, that indeed doesn't need patience, that needs swift action. Yeah, well, that is a very niche situation. See, the only reason I don't like using tacky glue and stuff is because it gets all over my fingers and then my project gets all over my fingers. Scoop up some of the small bits of moss that I've dropped over the course of the project. Stick them to the little outcroppings on the front. Welcome back. Niche, you don't find yourself escaping from crime scenes on the regular? I barely find myself escaping my condo on the regular. Not that I don't want to have a wonderful, adventurous life. I mean, y'all know the lore on how I met Madgie. But no, these days I don't find myself escaping crime scenes on the regular. Thanks to the whole pepperoni panini outside, I don't get to go on multiversal gallivants of political espionage and intrigue anymore. I just sit here making dolls on Twitch. Not that that's a bad thing. I enjoy having time for my hobbies too. I am a well-rounded cat. You work with the public for a living. That's calls for attempted murder. Fair. I don't miss working retail. Everyone should be mandated to work at least 5 years in retail or service, if capable. I don't know about 5 years, but at least 1 year. Most of the time it's fine, but it's the one that decides to choose verbal violence. Yeah. If you don't work it, you can't inherit money. Valid. Unless there's like a legitimate reason why working retail isn't going to work. There are some. The rich, no. No, they won't. Because it'll only be specific conditions to get you out of it. There's not much that would prevent somebody from being able to work customer service. And the things that are things that are very hard to get diagnoses for. Especially as an adult. Even if you have money. Especially if you have money, actually, because nobody wants to admit that a rich person might be broken. No very special boy syndrome? Nope. I can't help the ads. If I don't run them on a schedule, then I'll get pre-roll ads, and pre-roll ads are just awful for viewer retention. So I try to keep it to where I get as few pre-roll ads as possible. I unfortunately cannot turn ads entirely off. The ads would be variable if Mallow got any kind of residual. Well, thank you. But in seriousness, Mystic, I get 1/3 of a penny for each person that actually sees an ad. So please, feel free to install an ad blocker. I don't earn shit from it anyway, and Twitch is owned by Amazon. They have plenty of money. You do have one? Update it. I use uBlock Origin on Chrome. And I very rarely get ads on Twitch or YouTube. Once in a while, one squeaks by. Usually when the add-on needs updated. Most of the blockers don't pick. uBlock Origin does. I have not seen an ad on Twitch on my main Chrome profile in over a year. It's a Chrome extension. You download it. Not sponsored, not affiliated. It's a free fucking add-on. It's just what I use, and it's what works. That said, if they do ever want to sponsor me, Chadford Blanker needs his money. He's a sensitive boy. And now Chadford... Yes! Chadford does need to be made into a sim. You have it and it still didn't block? That's weird. I haven't seen an ad on Twitch in over a year. The Bates Winker family. Yes. You should make them into Sims, Mystic. Okay. I think that's enough moss. I can hook up the glue gun again and start adding more sea glass. Looks very mossy. It is very mossy. It's a rocky little island outcrop. If they have money, they have to have hyphenated names. Have I heard the song Lorelei? I probably have, but I'm not good with remembering the names of songs, to be honest. Bates Winker Vertigus Lormum. I like it. I'm gonna close the window. I'm still very hot, but my glue gun is refusing to heat up, and it's brand new, and it's an Arteza glue gun. I paid some money for this shit. I must just... I must just be running warm today. You want pieces of sea glass around. Ooh, I'd like this sea glass. put a green one. Right there. Alright, there's a little bit more sea glass. Done with the sea glass. Else. Drop a few into the pool, since that's going to be covered in resin later anyway. Need to be super fastened to the bottom of the pool, because once the epoxy's in, this is a pretty one. Don't know if you can see that. The lovely colors in it. Put this one somewhere near the front. Right there, that's perfect. Few of these ones. Hot. I keep forgetting that I have those finger protectors that I bought. Huh? What's going on? Vertigus Lormum, third of his line, Lord Regent of House Bateswanker. I love that. Fourth cousin of the Rodrigo van Carleton de la Fayette's Popham family. Shells, not to be confused with Shell Smiley. Different family line. Yep. Yep. That's a good place for a shell. Get a few of these big boys out. Okay, get all of those big boys out apparently. I'm not going to use them all. Need to keep a few saved for decorating the actual doll. I'm going to recork the bottles that I'm done with. These ones. That's more than enough. These are quite similar to the other ones. I'm not going to use a lot of them. Just enough to fill in some gaps because they are slightly smaller than the other large ones. All right. These shells accomplished. I have some of these fake pearls too that I'm going to use a little bit of. Like one or two down here in the water. around here. Are those the pearls that Chadwick Bates' wanker is clutching for? Maybe. Great camera angle? Like, actually great camera angle? Will I also be making sea foam for it? Since it's just a tide pool sort of environment, I don't think I will this time. Unless you think it would benefit. Because it's also getting a little bit, busy with all the decoration that I'm doing, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, I actually have a new camera stand. It's on a boom mount, like my microphone will be once I find my boom mount for it. So it's a much better camera angle because I can get it up higher to show the whole thing. Or I can bring it down lower so that we can see the detail work. And I can like move it to zoom in on specific things. The only thing is that I need to get a better lamp that fits my new setup better. I really need to like get that lamp that Gray recommended, but it's stupidly expensive in Canada. In the US, it's like a $40 lamp, right? In the but on Amazon Canada, it's like an $80 lamp. I will send you a link. I will send you a link, Gray. Just one more. I just want to put one more pearl, and then I feel like it would be the perfect amount of pearls. There we go. And the piece that inspired this whole environment, I know cotton doesn't grow on the seaside, but I thought they'd look nice anyway. I have a couple of little cotton pods that I found in the floral department of my local Dollar Tree. And I'm thinking I can tuck one in right there. These are, I'm pretty sure, actually like natural cotton pods. Obviously the cotton has been bleached, but otherwise, 25. Depends on where you buy it. Where I buy what? The lamp that Gray suggested? Well, I think that lamp specifically is only available on Amazon. So, and this cotton pod can go right back there. The lamp, yeah, like I said, I think it's specifically available on Amazon because that's the link that Gray sent me. It's on there for $25 in the US at the moment. Yeah, it's like $80 on Canadian. So, yeah, not happening right now. Okay. So it's pretty much done then, except for the water now. Perfection. Or as close there too as any mortal being can get. If it's only available on Amazon, then yeah, it's $25, yeah. Ray could buy it and ship it. I'm actually thinking of using cross-border pickups. That's where I often get things that are stupidly expensive in Canada. Well, part of it is also that we're on an island. So, I mean, I know in Canada, but that increases shipping costs too. And I think they calculate all the different shipping costs into the free shipping for Prime. I'd be open to that, Gray. The other option is that I have a PO box with cross-border pickups. They're a service that, like, you use your PO box address, and then you pay them a brokerage fee, and they forward it to you. And I've used them before. I was thinking of doing that again. The only thing is that it takes a ridiculously long time. And even though it's obviously cheaper than paying $80 for the lamp, it's still pretty pricey. But then again, shipping something that heavy internationally is also going to be pretty pricey. So... okay. I need a 5-minute break. It's not that heavy. The post office just making killing. Yeah, that's true too. I need a 5-minute break. When I come back, I'm going to mix the resin and sort of show off, like, what this is actually going to look like. I'll be back in a moment. Margie, do we have any disposable cups? Like the ones they use for mixing resin, they're about that tall. Like the size of a small McDonald's coffee cup. I just threw away a bunch of small McDonald's cups. I don't know why I had all of them, but I should have saved them. Anyway, I'm going to look up that camera boom. Yeah, they need to be bigger than shot glasses, but smaller than like an actual cup that we would normally drink out of. Here you go, Gray. This is sounds. Thank you. All right, here, Gray. This is the link to the camera boom that I'm using. Thanks, Maggie. These are perfect. Before you head off, can you grab me my crafting scale? It's either in the stock box or one of those cupboards. I would check the stock box first. Since you happen to be standing up already, it'd be easier for you to grab it than for me to bounce up and down again. Sorry.
No, it's just shoulder gave me a twinge there.
Not in there? Okay, it must be in one of the cupboards then.
Okay, let me flip the box back.
If you can't reach all the way up to put it up, put it on the shelves over there.
Okay.
I don't want you to hurt your shoulder. Like, that's the reason why I didn't jump off it and do it again, because I got not on top of the cushion. No, next to the cushion on the box that's a little bit. It'll be fine there.
Okay.
It's fine. Like, the reason that I didn't get up either was because I didn't want to hurt my shoulder.
Okay. Looking for the scale.
Okay, we'll try the box of craft stuff that you moved out to the living room the other day.
Okay, I'll take a look there.
That's the only other place it would be. In other related news, you're picking up a 3D printer at Christmas? Nice! I'll have to commission you for some of my 3D printing needs. At some point then.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Hopefully it works.
It works. Low battery? What batteries do you take? Triple A's. Do I have any triple A's in here? I do not. Damn. Fair enough, Gray. Fair enough. Maggie, I hate to bother you again, but could I have 2 AAA batteries, please? Mail update? Sure.
Here, try these two. I had to cannibalize them from a flashlight.
That's fine. Put those in the charger.
Yep, will do.
Thank you. The 3-to-1 ratio resin. Hey Google, 100 divided by 3, please.
The answer is approximately 33.333333.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Mallow.
I was having a fucking dyscalculia minute there. All right. That is not good enough stirring implements. This will be a good enough stirring implement. Okay, I'll there for a minute. Throw in some of these foil flakes. You're getting an Elegoo Mars 2 and the curing station. That's the system that I want. That's the one that a lot of the doll makers use. So I've seen a lot of examples of it on YouTube with a lot of the other doll makers that I watch. Just a small bit of shiny flakes into the resin for the water. Isn't that pretty and shiny? And that was not even close to enough resin. Of course that wasn't even close to enough resin. What was I thinking? Okay, I'll just use the rest of it. I can always pour a few other smaller molds. If I pour too much resin. But I'm too damned impatient. Let it cure at that level and put in some sea life. I would love to. It's really not big enough for any sea life, and it is only a tide pool. Okay, that cup is going to be big enough. I could paint down a teeny tiny anemone. I could, I suppose. Like, I don't think I have that level of talent. Painting is actually not a specialty area of mine. You might have grown up exploring tide pools. I have a few little critters that are already down in there. I have some shells, like some snails, and I have like some plant life down there. You know for a fact I have sculpting. I do have sculpting ability. Do I have time to do a sculpt? Sightings are cool. They have mineralized eyes. Did you spell that right, Mystic? Yeah, that wasn't spelled quite right. Those are cool. And that's something that I can sculpt and drop down in there after stream while it's curing. Because this is a 3-to-1 slow cure resin. It's specifically for deep pores and water environment. This is not the polyester resin that we were using when we were doing resin together before Mystic. And mineralized butts too. I mean, that wouldn't be the weirdest thing that's ever happened to a sea critter. Okay. I took the entire bottle of resin. But that's okay. Just gonna bloop that a bit to get the foil and the moss and the little inclusions that are already in there mixed together. Now, here's the cool thing though. Okay? The reason that I had to make an entire custom environment for this doll to use as a stand to make Gray a goat fursuit head. Maybe. Anyway, so the reason I had to make an entire custom environment for this doll is because this is such a big doll that I'm using for this project. And I'm not going to put her feet all the way down because I don't want to actually get resin on her right now. But she's eventually going to be sitting and relaxing. Something like that. With her feet down, just sort of gently dipping in the pool. And I'll use some UV resin to cover her feet after. Does Mallow have mischief planned? Maybe Mallow has mischief planned. But yeah. So once I actually start working on the doll, that's the way that she will look. Her skin should be mossy green. I have an image already. Her hair is going to be mossy green. So let me grab the hair that I've picked for her. So I have this like dark green to light green gradient, which I'm going to use some of that to add interest. But the majority of her hair is going to be this mossy green color. And then her skin's going to be a sort of like silvery gray. Because I'm really going for like greens and blues and grays in the feather pattern as well. Because I'm doing a Greek siren, not a modern siren or a Celtic siren. Although I am strongly considering doing an unholy union of a Greek siren and a modern siren or a Celtic siren. But because I'm specifically doing a Greek siren, she's going to be a bird lady. Because Greek sirens were not mermaids. You've been considering VTubing as a raven? If I could figure out how to model and rig a raven head for you, I would do it. Not your thing at the opera, is it? Fair enough. I think Mystic is just getting really excited about being able to make fursuits. I'm also going to use the rest of these plastic pearls to make some joy for her. Birdfish? And make her a penguin? So I was thinking, like, having some sort of storyline where, like, this type of siren is not one of the classical sirens entirely, but kind of an amalgamation of different ideas of a siren. She has the voice of a Greek siren and some of the bird-like features, but I also really like the idea of her being able to, like, shift from bird lady to, like, more of a mermaid thing to maybe just a strange looking human. like she could be one of a few things. So what you're telling me is you're crafting a Scion villain? But she's not evil. That's the other thing. I have this image of this doll in my head where, like, she knows her history, she knows what her ancestors did and were capable of, but she doesn't want any part of it. Villains aren't always... That's true. Villains are not always evil. But I have this image that, like, she's a young, misunderstood descendant of the sirens, of several lineages of siren. And she was misunderstood when she was younger. But things are complicated in the world of descendants of mythical beings. And in her desire to not perpetuate what her siren ancestors used to do and be, she ends up becoming something entirely different. Little Mermaid got popular? Yeah. But anyway, it's what makes things complicated. Possibly. It's a good idea. I do like that idea. I've lost a follower at some point. I wonder why. It's probably that person that followed me last. Getting offended at the 104th person asking her to sing part of your world. Maybe. Okay, that person is actually still part of Twitch, but... which is weird. Anyway. Yeah, so I've pretty much accomplished what I can accomplish in one evening. I'm going on hour 5 of stream. So... it's time to wrap up after the resin pour, I guess. Let's see, who's online tonight? Balance is online. Atlas Moonshine is online. Not had a chance to raid him yet. I guess who I'm raiding tonight. I would send a raid to Balance, but I've had some fake Twitter drama with Atlas, so that would be fun. And he just came live. He's a sapient cat toy, so of course I had to toy with him a little bit. All right. He's playing Toilets in Wonderland. Amazing. Fucking amazing. Alright. I am going to wrap up now. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. Most importantly of all, stay weird. And I'm going to turn you over to a sapient worm on a string now. Good night. Oh, wait, before I go, I almost forgot the raid message. It wouldn't be fair to raid somebody for the first time and not give out a raid message. Yeah, Mallow, you can think. Good Lord. Anyway, see you next time. Stay weird. Love you.